Alright. Set. Okay. Hey, Y2A, what's up? There we go. Give you a shout out.
Vault Hunter, come back whenever.
I stole the baby.
You stole a baby? Why are you stealing a baby? You stealing a baby. No stealing babies allowed. Agricultural shock. Cookie Way is eager for a change-up, then you are at the very least a change-up. What's it? What's it? What's it? What's it? There we go. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where is the food? That was out of context. That's what clips are famous for, right? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariol Agronomics. Oh. As I imagine Singing and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, would thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Urianshi was telling me about. Who is saying hello? Well, hello to you too, Y2A. It has stream in. What the hell? Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself, not to mention Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there is still time. Yes, we're trying to avoid the end of days, but we don't know if that's going to happen. Let us brook no further delay. I got a little bit before I need to be 89. Okay. Cooking Way. This is the place, yes. The heady aroma was enough to guide me here, and I spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I dearly love to try some, but I read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. What? Have you been watching Black Butler or something like that? Only he would put you in a pie. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they would be willing to part with a few samples. And I'm talking about the anime. Cooking is now accompanying you. Yep. What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you. The one who climbed down the mine shaft. What's the excitement about Y2A? I need something to drink. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the Exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do here up there. First on the moon, then on whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden and so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? Not really. Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. Thank you. Well, no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive in their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So where to begin? Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they are as delicious as they look. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. And another, and another. You can't just stop at one. Grapes and chips are just like that. You eat one, you gotta eat them all. Well, it's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'd brave an erupting volcano for a choice bunch. Yes, they are rather Moorish, aren't they? And from what I've read, quite versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Is that kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg? Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour as with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Urianger about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated, you know? So many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are in my estimation, let no one say I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in that field over there. These poor guys have never had anything but carrots. The color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrots? No, in any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless, I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms that these are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop. You can't see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it, cooking is a joy unto itself. And what's more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. And perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled? I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious, how about that yellow fruit over yonder? Is that a pear you're talking about? What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. As I've no idea how these are eaten, I'll just bite into it. My tongue. Is this poison? What did you eat? A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe sometime before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I'd best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin, though I learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon, the deceiver. I still feel so violated. Ha! First time, was it? I hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. This doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon, have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn this opportunity to, oof, bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Farewell, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious. Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of the dough to create a perfect harmony. Never would have guessed its vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, we rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Some strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, though low we were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly and its downfall, for perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the cost incurred in their futile quest. And all too often become the architectures of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. Pardon my origin, but what in the seven hells are you on about, and who are you anyway? Cooking away at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of the species as possible if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course, I look forward to it. Well, this has all been highly productive, probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? Limbs of Lominsa is home to the Culinarians Guild and many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hydaelyn's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way. Sage Council. Urianger appears to be tallying the Lopres in preparation for an imminent departure. Knight, I trust thy time at Muriel Agronomics did bear fruit. Our own efforts too were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. Let us return to Charlene Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every Lopre there should further questions within my power to answer arise. Yes, Knight, that was indeed me verbalizing aside to express my emotional state. Do you know what? Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Aetheris at Logistock Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all of your forests like that? You should see the forest of the first one was purple. Yes, yes, I say. The star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Tancred. How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming in. We have the forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though, quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him. Tis as good a place as any. I come. Can I help you? It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlene ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but... I know that's none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown it in the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage. But even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? If it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the ether burner's design was flawless too, and look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and dost thou hold the power to allay his fears? Oh, I'm not sure about that, but well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I've devised a means by which to employ gravity, a spatial temporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if it's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we've left the star? Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply. You consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet if Thancred's tale be true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might it prevail upon the Lopri to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris and learn more about them while we're at it. Well, glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Knight, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and the apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here, that I might introduce each to suitable La Pori. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Lopri, and every Lopri in their place. Apologies, but I'm awaiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Have you heard anything of what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, but I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on gods know what made by gods know who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Just leave me to my misery. The forum can appoint someone else. I apologize. I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? Well, then there's no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task. Is anything bothering me? Well, I've been loading cargo for bells now. So my back feels like a voice that played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals, too. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would be more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips should the ether burner make our original estimates unfeasible, but there are simply too many variables. I feel as if my brow would turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know. My face, what's wrong with my ow? Perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that the proper fauna and only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loperi in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clue as well. How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense. I rushed out to pluck some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I need only track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. I almost want to tell you to F off, man. Don't call me an idiot. The imbecile refuses to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damn envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already. Well, go F yourself. Wouldn't want to help you anyway. You're the idiot for losing it in the first place. Blasted assistants, where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I have not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that ether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. And it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly, I swear, when I find the assistants of mine. They're willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods. I'm not neglecting my duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, but then I found myself unable to relax at all, so I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds and pleasant conversation partners, and oh, so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Concerns? Nay, there's no point in worrying at this stage. It'll only make the work go that much the slower. What am I thinking about? The medicine facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and Chirugans, but to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in that great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew for the moon? Why did I not think of that? There's somebody I'm missing somewhere. Okay, who am I missing? There's like one person I am missing. Ah, there they are. By the gods, my chest is tiny. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like? Oh, do pardon me. I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to depart at any moment, and if the hull I designed buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but that is highly unlikely. Yes, yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me triple check for structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. Behold, knight. Through thine efforts, word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number that we anticipated, living way doth gather more Lopree as we speak. Shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater matters require not thine attentions, watch over them, I pray thee.
So much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
'Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
If he stayed awake!
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Mombrita.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Vilfson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
It hath been some time. 'Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Arthur, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Hey, dragon.
I'm sorry.
I
'Twas
think he
remiss of
needs
me
this.
not to deliver the news in person.
Good job, Melvin.
No, more
Okay,
than
get
that.
back in.
'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after
Seems
Master
you can
Louis
drive
left her
better when you're
behind.
actually aiming for something.
The day the Scions called upon her was the
You're
happiest
supposed to
I'd
walk
seen her
this
in
shit,
years.
pal? Hell no. Please,
She made
no.
her every choice
gets
of her own
stuck.
free will. No one could
That's
have ever
because
forced
you're
her
on
to
a
do
curve.
otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know, we always know.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while, arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder, She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Man, that made me tear up. You needed that though. Yeah, they do. Just when you think you've like come to terms with it, but you know, I don't think he's ever had closure with that, with what happened to her. Oh, you must be one of the Scions, correct? Thank you for caring for my daughter. The time she spent with you was all too short, but I know she was proud to have you as comrades. Oriange is too unsure, and I certainly feel better for knowing he has good friends to look after him. See that he comes home from time to time, will you? I mean, he's still upset about Menthilia, although Menthilia would have made that decision regardless of what Oriange wanted to do or not. That's just Menthilia. The one that got screwed over like a royal puppy was Thancred. Nobody ever asked him. The classical Rogden language isn't so different from Eorzean. Did you ever wonder why we named our daughter Moon's Bride? When I first held her, the moon was shining silver and full. The whole world seemed to glow. I knew it had chosen her, and she would be a beacon of that self-same light. Of course, we'd later hear our fair share of jokes about how we ought to have gone for Sun instead, with how bright and stubborn she was. But fiery as my Mombrita was, she was always kind and gentle. That's interesting. Remind me to invite Oriange for a drink when we have a moment to breathe. We're long overdue for one. Ah, is this when they become a couple? I know it's like a ship on fanfiction. I'm just saying. We can raise a glass to Mombrita. No. You need to let him calm down. Don't ever have a drink while a man's depressed. I have no idea what'll happen. Oh, Knight, be assured that I'm fine. I am full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company. As difficult as forget it, Thancred. That's a proposal if I ever heard one. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. You weren't alone, you had all these bunnies. Hither and yarns. The pall of anxiety over Charlotte and Hamlet has thinned to more manageable levels. That has my gratitude for lending courage to the Lopri. Not disposed to rest on their laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. Thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she'd less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I could think of several other things I ought to be doing until later. And... ouch. Of course y'all would do this to me! Gift for a fan. It's night, isn't it? I was about to head to Cocoa's Forge to draw something off, but I think you'd be more welcome than I. As it turns out, the recipient is something of an admirer of yours. I'm sure she'd be thrilled to have you make the delivery. Thank you. Here's the package, all set to be delivered to Wan's Diddy? Okay, I can jump over the hedge, but I can't jump back. Ugh. Bastards. To care enough to send the very best. Oh my, a conundrum indeed. What am I to do? Tell me what's wrong. As we all know, I solve everybody's problems. Well, aren't you a kind sort to take an interest in a stranger's woes? It's my son, you see. He's a gleaner stationed in the Near East, and he's recently returned to deliver his procurements. I just received word from him a moment ago asking me to meet him in the Archeon. Apparently he has some sort of gift for me. Is that not thoughtful? In a stroke of ill luck, however, something urgent has come up, which I'm obliged to attend to. By the time I'm done with my business, little doubt my darling boy will already be gone, off on his next assignment to who knows where. So you see why I'm in a pickle, surely. As much as I want to, I can't claim the gift for myself. But perhaps you could in my stead, if you the time on your hands, that is. I don't have the time, but whatever. You do. Why, thank you. I will return as soon as I'm able. So let us meet here once you have taken the receipt of the present. The lad in Labyrinthos. Oh, what am I to do? You're the adventurer who helped out the students of Beldessian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you. I've watched some of them. Or at least all the ones he currently had at the time. The ones about Urianger were fun. Not Urianger. The ones about Estinia were really funny. And, Tataru? Financially crazy Tataru? I suppose this matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Not only researchers lived here. Yes, simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive while we were living here in Charlie and Hamlet. Sure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work while raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart onto others, so he has spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlie and Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him, and well, he decided to flee. Imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? Sure, he'd be much more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. No, I don't think so. I need to go watch some more of his stuff. He's got some interesting stuff. Thank you. Varpali, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own. The dry eyes have it. A moment, if I may. Have you heard of the winged familiars known as the Skatine? They have a marked talent for seeing in the dark, which has established them as the chosen watchbird for some of the world's most important facilities. Ah, okay, yeah. As it so happens, we in Labyrinthos avail ourselves of their astonishing eyesight, too. I'll have to go watch that one. I don't think I've seen that one. Day and night, our Skatines keep close watch for any blackguards or nasty goings-on. However, such keenness of eyesight requires, for lack of a better term, upkeep, which comes in the form of special eye drops. After all, what creature can sit unblinking and wide-eyed for days on end without help? So might I ask you to dole out said medication? How good of you to be so obliging. Skatines are perceptive creatures in both sight and mind, and will take to you instantly once they know you've experienced in caring for even one of their kind. That is why I recommend that all those who deal with things of a confidential nature should try their hand at treating the beady eyes of our vigilant familiars at least once. Near the northmost entrance, you'll find the Skatines caretaker. She'll be only too glad to introduce you to our faithful watch owls. Those things are a pain in the ass in POTD. They put you to sleep only to smack you right awake right afterwards. Take a look, it's in a book. A rather determined bibliothèque seeks help with an issue of scholastic nature. You there, adventurer, you've the carriage of a woman upon whose time I might prevail. Those books there, you see them, yes? I would have you bear them to one of the students of Beldessian for me. Oh. I hate it when I run into these. Because it's going to give me a time limit. I swear it's going to give me a time limit. Oh, that was a deal easier than expected. I had half thought this would require some explanation, which you shall have regardless. I am a member of a prominent political faction known as the Bibliotheques. Trust you've heard of us. I and my colleagues have sworn to bear silent witness to the affairs of our world, recording all which come to pass. The students of Baldecion, on the other hand, take a much more active approach in the affairs of our world. Needless to say, things between us are tense. It would spell trouble were I to be found delivering these tomes myself. My colleagues may well bar me from the archives entire. A punishment worse than death. Thus, I seek aid from one who can pass unnoticed. You. Right then, have a care and bring these to my Baldecian co-conspirator. You'll find her in Lagastung Alpha. Oh, and tell her it's a gift from a friendly researcher in Charlotte Hamlet, will you? I will come back for that. Because I know that's going to be timed. I was so worried they were going to turn into, like, freaking blasphemies or something. Because you know they're depressed. And how some people turn into blasphemies while others don't, I don't know. Gleaner's Wish. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a worldly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Another world. Does that mean to be a jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Garabania. You would do me the honor. The reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. I was so hoping he'd say, "You're joking, right? Go away." Doling out punishment. Jessamy wishes to bend the ear of a man, woman, or child willing to listen. Where could it have gone? What a bother this is. If only I could find someone who... Oh, fortune is on my side indeed. You seem the doty sort. Might you help me locate a missing Mehmet? A colleague has reported that one has escaped and gone on a rampage. It was last sighted wandering southeast of here, where has slain one of the specimens. We've tried to deactivate the Mehmet remotely, but it has outright ignored our commands. Now our only recourse is to stop that willful thing by force. Perhaps you could do the honors? If you're up for it, I'll need you to locate it and put it out of commission. Once that pugnacious puppet has been silenced, place it in his coffer and return it to me. So will you help? Fantastic! I knew you weren't the type to say no to a man in need. And the course of the fiend it fought, and you're like to come across that directionalist doll. A job for a Lopari. Haven't we met before? You're one of Oriange's friends, yes? I thought so. I'm here wandering around Labyrinthos hoping to find some work to do. It sounds like such fun. But I don't even know where to start or how to ask for it. Can you help me? Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's find someone with work for me. That is a lot of quests. And I know once I'm done with them all, I'll have my flying. Well, kind of. I'll at least have all the blue quests done. Wayward Carbuncle. The studium researcher looks in need of assistance. Excuse me, you there. You look capable. Could you find a missing carbuncle for me? Ordinarily, a carbuncle would never be without an arcanist, but this one was found alone, roaming the wilds of La Nacia, and so I had it sent here for research purposes. I swear it took my eye off of it for barely even a moment, and it scampered off somewhere outside the hamlet. Seeing as it's far too dangerous out there for someone of my disposition, I was hoping you could look for it in my stead. Yeah, my thanks. I don't think it could have made it out of the central circuit, but there still leaves a wide area to search. This guiding crystal should make the job a bit easier. It will react when the carbuncle is near, glowing more brightly the closer you are to your quarry. Once you've secured the entity, please bring it back here to me. I wish you fortune in your hunt. It's called Google.com. It will tell me where to go. Don't filter yourself. May I borrow you a moment? I have a problem of a marital nature, shall we say. You see, my husband was looking rather green around the gills when he left for work this morning. As much as I would like to check on him myself, I'm afraid my research is of such importance. Can't leave it unattended for any amount of time. You mean your sick husband's not more important than your work? That's pretty messed up. Which is why I must ask you to look in on him in my stead. You're like to find my darling slaving away in Coco's forge. He hasn't been carted off to the infirmary yet, that is. He's a rather handsome man whose garish red glasses make him hard to miss. Should you notice that he's under the weather, I ask that you provide him with this filter, which will hopefully revitalize him. It's hard to lay such a burden on you, but I'm no one else to whom I can trust this. Please hurry, as I fear he'll keel over before long. Well, if you're that worried, then go take care of him? I'll never understand researchers. I heard Lepre were interested in learning about our culture, and you're saying this one is looking for a job? Yes, I would like to work at a job. Do you know of one I could do? Well, most people here work at Oporia or Thomazin, but we would need to submit documents to request a proper level of clearance. And, oh, I have an idea. As you've seen, the man-made habitats hereabouts are populated by a variety of experimental subjects. Some of the bolder beasts, however, have been known to cause unfortunate incidents in and around the elemental reactors. In order to encourage these creatures to keep their distance, we put together some bags of noxious-smelling repellent. I appreciate it if you could place a few of them by the reactors themselves. For now, I need you to ward 2 such facilities, one to the south and one to the west of Logitech Beta. Here, there's an armful for each of you so you can split the work. Well, I'm sorry for making you work too, but that means we can share the payment as well. Right, I'll go to the south reactor and you take the one in the west. Work, work, work. Okay. Oh yeah, that one I was gonna do later. Yeah, these creatures are pathetically sad in POTD. You're the one who's come about the eye drops then. Heard all about today's little exercise for Nada Ja. Call me via leak pearl, you see. I told this old girl what's about to transpire, but she still seems a bit on her guard. Maybe best to calm her down yourself if you pet her gently, and not to unruffle her feathers figuratively and literally. Pet? Okay. Think our friend here has realized you're no threat at all. Go on then. She's ready for the eye drops whenever you are. Why, she looks about ready to snuggle up to you. I'd say Scottines have a mind like steel trap and don't forget a face easily. So it's no problem if you were to walk past in complete different colors. Takes more than a costume change to fool them, after all. You don't mind my asking, you're friends with the Dragoon, right? Surely looking Elizan fellow, as I remember. I'm afraid the Scottines didn't take kindly to him. Damn near pecked his eyes out. This poor bird almost got a lance in her gullet for it. Lucky your companion stopped himself when he did, but that doesn't mean the Scottine is going to let bygones be bygones anytime soon. Let me tell you, bit of advice, he ought to watch himself if he's walking through these parts. In any case, your work is done here. Miss Scottine's had her treatment, so go on and tell Anija as much. Good luck out there. Oh, and should you happen to see another Scottine while you're about it, give them a wave, alright? Why does that not surprise me about Estinian? He did say he'd skewer paperwork if you hand him some. You've returned. Very good. Judging by the lack of scratch marks, you were successful in completing your task. No doubt the Scottines now know to treat you as a friend rather than foe. Scottines do not stay long in any given location, but rather fly through labyrinthos, moving from perch to perch. Should you happen to see one, count yourself fortunate. They can be a rare sight. Though you may think them difficult to spot, trust that they are among us. They are watching always, ensuring that the knowledge you've acquired is kept from falling into the hands of those who would use it for nefarious ends. What? Who are you? I'm so tired of chasing after kids that run off. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They are synonymous with safe passage, and as such, it has been custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. Today, that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be, if you will. Oh, God damn it. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I swear. He just wanted to keep on going. Colleague recently told me about the power of Akasa, concept taught in Razahan, and how it reacts to a strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. That should do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. Let me look that one. Wayward Carbuncle. .8, 17.1. It's somewhere over here. Why am I not shooting? Oh. I screwed that up. It's like I thought I was out of ammunition for a second. Oh dear, perhaps going into work was not the best decision after all. Give him his medicine. That one. Oh my, that's much better. Thank you, kindly stranger. A weakness came over me quite suddenly, no doubt caused by a thinning of the blood or some such. The medicine is one of my wife's creations, is it not? I would know her alchemy anywhere. It must mean she enlisted your help to see it brought to me then, yes? I thought as much, so little gets past my better half, though I did my best to hide my fatigue. I myself am a researcher in thaumasin. All that interests you, does it? Well then, you will get a kick out of this. We are currently developing a new sort of alloy, which at the molecular level contains physicosensitive material such as dark matter. The wonders we could work with such a marvelous metal. Imagine how much tighter controls could become were we to fit it into a cockpit. But I'm getting ahead of myself. At any rate, our work is researching its crescendo, and I wouldn't dare miss even so much as a day of it. Would you be so kind as to tell my wife that there's no cause for concern? All she needs to know is that her filter worked wonders. Hello, it's you, the one and only knight. Am I dreaming? A delivery for me? But why would someone as famous and important as you be delivering my package? Oh, now I'm just being rude. I must thank you properly. If only I had known you'd be coming, I could have prepared something for you. Silly me, there's something for you right here. This package contains a bottle of golden syrup. It's yours if you want it. It's an alchemical medicine to rejuvenate the weary body. You must need something like that after running around and saving the entire world. I won't hear no for an answer, so drink it down. You deserve it far more than I do. Please drink this syrup before you go. I don't want to drink it. Are you trying to poison me? The medicine is much sweeter than you were expecting. The taste is a bit much. It is medicine after all, regardless of the flavor. I hope it does your body some good. That reminds me, I had your comrade Graha try some as well. He seemed to quite enjoy it, said it was like drinking sweet ambrosia. I couldn't help but wonder what sort of medicine he'd been forced to drink before. Anyway, I'm afraid that's all I have to offer you. I swear, if Swazum doesn't compensate you properly, I just might, well, never mind that. Please take proper care of yourself out there. I'm gonna go get something to drink. Be right back. I'm back. 21.8, 17.1. Why can't I jump up a wall? That's just silly. I'll finish then. She works herself too hard. That was Sandy. The medicine I sent should be good for her. Now that I look at you, you don't look too well yourself. Are you feeling all right? What, she gave the syrup to you? Well, if that cheered her up, I suppose that's as good as any medicine. In any case, here's a little something as thanks for your help. Don't give me any more medicine. That's for somebody. So let me get this straight. That medicine was for her, and she gave it to me. That little... I don't know how to describe that. In polite company. You spoke with my husband then, did you? How was he? Was he as unwell as I had feared? He was well, though I gave him the filter just in case. Indeed, well, let me just say that lying is not your forte. It's plain as day that he put those words in your mouth. He must be in a dreadful state if he's decided to spin some story. I'm right, aren't I? It's all well and good to wholly commit oneself to one's profession, but to do so at the expense of one's health, that's beyond the pale. He'll be getting an earful from me, that much I can assure you. I shudder to think what would have become of my husband had you not stepped in when you did. Though it's a trifle compared to what you deserve, I offer you this to thank you for your help. Money! I love money. Money, 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 money. You know there's a carbuncle over here somewhere. 17.1... Were you able to retrieve our little runway and shove him into that container? I'm ready to take it off your hands whenever you are willing to part with it, though I'm not sure why you would want to hang on to it for longer than necessary. Goodness, you've done it. I can't thank you enough, truly. Not sure what I would have done had you not come along. This Mammoth's unfortunate escapist work with the Lopri, you know? They meant no harm, I'm sure, but they insisted on tinkering with the thing's innards, wanted to make some improvements, apparently. And as you can see, their earnest meddling has caused us a deal of grief. To be fair, they did look rather contrite when I told them what had transpired. Can't stay angry at them, though. They had only the best intentions. In fact, they need some cheering up after the tongue lashing I gave them. Yes, they deserve the thickest, crunchiest carrots I can find, and on that note, farewell, adventure, and thank you. Oh, so that's why it malfunctioned. They got a hold of it. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? You have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabania. I hope your travels are successful as well as mine. That's Wilma Crystal. I'm not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me first? Fine, I should tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you spent your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got into a big fight with my father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although I am scared to venture outside on my own, they say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you would come with me. I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. You don't need to pay me. I'm not going to take money from a kid. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Then it's settled. Here comes the sun, and Varpaline is shocked that you're helping him. I'm ready to go if you are. Oh, I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire ether. My theory is that the reactor has too much ether now, and that's what's changed its color. Ergo, we should go to Bobo. I know someone who works there helping to control the artificial sun. I bet he'll let us have a look around. I guess. I don't do Pokemon, though, and I don't want to take another kid's money. That's like bullying, man. It's in the Meteor Circus, so we should head for Logistalk Alpha first. I mean, kudos that he's wanting to take responsibility for the job. I mean, I have to give him that much. But it's like, I don't mind helping him, you know, but I feel kind of bad taking little kids' money. I might as well just get this out of the way. The fact that they give me 2 to 3 minutes to do these deliveries, and I'm like, you guys are out of your damn minds. Why don't you carry this box and tell me if you can do it in 3 minutes? And it's raining. These books are getting wet. I'm just saying, these books are getting wet. So I've decided out of all the role quests, because I did them all finally, my favorite one was the one in Ul'dah with Vidola. Is that how you say her name? Vidola? Her. The healer, the healer quest. That one was really good. Yeah, I liked her story. Hers was my favorite. I actually cried on that one. My word, look at all of this. Each book more valuable than the last. How in the world did you come by them? Yeah, that one was good. Given to you by a researcher in Charlotte Hamlet, you say, and meant as a gift for me? My mysterious benefactor is gracious indeed. I think my second favorite was the one from Limsa. It's a comfort to know that at least one person out there values our efforts in an ever-changing world. Do give my thanks to this charitable research next you see them. And I think my least favorite, and it's not really that I dislike Gridania or anything, but it was so boring that I actually skipped the storyline. Like, completely. I couldn't do it. It was like, no, skip. I never do that either. And I can't do this. It's so freaking boring. What's his name? Yeah, he came back as a healer. I've never seen that kind of healing style either. They don't usually let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. Hello again, Airplane. You and your friend are free to go through. I did feel sorry for the Cid Seer, though. She did not want to be the Cid Seer. If the other guy hadn't made a bad mistake when he was a little kid, he probably would have been the Cid Seer instead of her. Yeah. You have my thanks. It's so tiresome having your freedoms limited because of your age. And then Ishgard was the same old garbage. Revisiting the old, like, religious state of things. But they did bring it to a close finally. I hope. Anyway, let's make our way to Phobius. Be kind of hard to travel to a new star if you're still going on about that stuff. What was the tank one about again? And that's how much of an impression most of them left with me. I did like the healing one, though. That one was really good. Oh, yeah, the tank one was the one for Gridania. Never mind. That irritating one, I didn't even think to use interject on that damn thing. I actually had to go look that up. And I use interject all the time in Palace of the Dead, but they are right in the forums that the developers kind of really screw up on some of these abilities, because outside certain situations, we never use some of these abilities. I mostly use interject for freaking mimics. You said I can go and have a look. Wait here, I'll let you know if I find anything. It's just like Provoke. Tanks don't use Provoke in dungeons, but I use it all the time in Palace of the Dead. Heavens on high, whatever. Because the range on it's like 25 yards. Or whatever. Well, he showed me the control panel, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The reactor's records didn't contain anything worth noting either. That's what you were worried about, eh? You do realize this place has been around as long as the Labyrinthos, and we've never had a single problem. Nor have we been able to confirm the change in the light's hue you speak of. Are you certain you didn't just stare at the sun too long? We advise against that for a reason, you know. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. If there's nothing wrong here, then it simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. Look at me catering to this little kid. I'm probably just humoring him. Fiery thirst. Foppeline is deep in thought. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be believed for once. It doesn't mean I believe you. I just know you're going to take off on your own, so I might as well just tag along till we validate your theory or not, you know? Now that it's clear the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on. Let's take a look at the supply route the fire-aspected ether travels along from the elemental reactor to the artificial sun. I heard a while ago that the sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness if it gets less fire ether than it needs. If that is what's happening, then there must be a problem with the reactor's ether supply. To know for sure, we'll need to check the flow of the ether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. To do that, though, we need an ether meter. Maybe we can borrow one from Merrill Agronomics, then we won't have to go out of our way. See, I fed them alive at helping with some research and they let me an ether meter. Come on, let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Lying is bad, kid. Shouldn't have to lie. Just as I thought, the concentration of fire ether is too low. It seems to be weakest at an area south of here. That must be where the problem lies. You can tell all that just from the ether meter? Well, when you've got a father who's an expert in etherology and a mother who's a mathematician, you learn a thing or two. What's more, I was born and raised here. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't know it better than everyone else. Now let's get to the bottom of this. So basically, you're going to have the smartest kid in the world because he was raised in this environment. I've identified the problem. There's an anomaly here. They're normally only found near the elemental reactor. Can't say for sure if it came here on purpose or simply got lost, but either way, it's clearly been feeding on fire-aspected ether. Most of the ether travels deep underground on its way from the reactor, but the supply route is close to the surface here. I imagine the anomaly must be pretty powerful at this point. If it's been here absorbing all of that ether, no doubt its core is full of it. If I can just get my hands on that core, I could use it to convince the adults that I was right all along. You think you can slay it for me? Yeah, okay. Nicely done. Can you show me the core? So this is what an abundance of ether can do to their cores. It's massive. Father and the others will have no choice but to believe me when they see this. And you say that. Barpoline is ready to prove he is in the right. Come on, let's waste no time in showing this to Father. It's time he acknowledged that I'm right. So this is where you've been hiding. Father, fancy seeing you. I was just about to come home and tell you that I found the problem with the sun. You still harping on about that? You could have got yourself hurt pursuing this nonsense. And I told you to bring my son back to me. Instead, you go off gallivanting with him. We've got proof that all is not well. Fine, I shall hear what you have to say. Man, she stuck up for that boy. Oh my, I've never seen a core like this in my life. I see no reason to doubt your suggestion that it was feeding on the fire aspect of ether. So you finally admit that I was right about the sun? Well, yes. However, that matters not now that I know how serious the situation is. What do you mean? Knight's already slain the Anala. Surely everything will go back to normal now. I'm afraid not. If the artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now. We'll need to cool it post-haste. Alas, this requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Coracle's Forge. Please, we've no time to waste. You must retrieve 2 cores for me. We'll begin the process at Phobos. Find us there when you have the cores in hand. Now, I don't want to take the money from the boy, but the dad can pay me for all that trouble. For being a jerk. You know, why do parents never listen to their kids? You know, that's the thing, you know, whenever our teachers would call me in about my son, I would always listen to his side of the story. And if it made sense to me and he wasn't lying to me, I would take his side, hands down. And the teachers get mad. I'm like, I don't care if you're adults. If you're wrong, you're wrong. Just because he's like freaking 6 doesn't mean that he can't tell me the truth about things. You know, and everybody just underestimates kids, you know. I'm not saying all of them are honest, but I at least hear them out. Because kids don't like it when they're like, oh, you're too little. What do you know? Hold a moment. I know you. Yes, you're Knight, the famous adventurer, are you not? To what do I owe the honor? Oh, my mother is busy, you say? That is most disheartening to hear. I wanted to tell her in person that she is now a grandmother newly made. My wife has born us a healthy baby. I've written to share news that we were expecting, but not that she had given birth. I hope to see the look on my mother's face when I told her the happy event. Yeah, no kidding. In fact, usually that's not the case. Somewhere along the road, the way, they lose a lot of their brain power. It's quite alright. No, honestly, it is. She works tirelessly for the good of all. I can hardly blame her for being unable to come running on a moment's notice. It makes me proud. In fact, I think she is so important she cannot even spare a moment to see me. Hopefully she can spare a moment for this, though. Will you give this portrait to her? It's of me, my wife, and our newborn, her grandchild. Now then, I must be off. There's work to be done, and I'm sure my mother would be proud to know her son is following in her hard-working footsteps. I don't know if he was being sarcastic there or not. Let's see. Okay, it's way down there. I gotta go to the bathroom. Be right back. It's amazing how clear this map gets once you clear it out, you know? There's like nothing. The only thing I got really left to do is all the profession stuff. It's kind of funny how they even made role quest out of the profession stuff, you know? Mining, herbalism, fishing. No, fishing might be by itself, though. I guess while I'm down here, I need to go find that carbuncle. So I made it to floor 61 in Heavens on High and freaking died to a freaking jellyfish. The website didn't say nothing about a one-shot from a non-telegraphed tonal effect. Oh, did he level up? Oh, he's almost leveled up. Do I have an onion somewhere? I could have sworn I did. Got an onion somewhere. This place is huge. .1 or 9.4, 37.1. Ah, there it is. I found you. Oops. I wonder how many years it took them to build this place. Centuries? Millennia? Yeah, I was supposed to be doing that for that bunny. Oh, Alize. Knight, what are you doing out here? No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. I need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alpha Note should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Oh, great. We're being timed. Oh. Oops. I was gonna take off without him. You know, my back would give out halfway here. Not to mention my arms. It'd be like spaghetti. Limp noodles. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there with the others. Yeah, my gratitude, but how did you come to be involved in this? Huh, and I suppose I have Thanker to thank as well. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is a base of operations of sort. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. Though Paulden is in the courtyard, we can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least, considering where we are, and we might even learn something interesting. Gotta love the youth. I can do it! Let me go turn all these in. Leather and yarns. What fortuitous timing. I've only just arrived myself, so what news from my son? What was it he was so eager to give me? Is this? Oh goodness, it is, isn't it? It's a portrait of his family and includes my grandchild. Oh, how cherubic and darling. There's no baby more beautiful in all the world. This has put a fire under me, I dare say. If I hadn't reason enough before, then surely this child will keep me motivated to continue my research. I'll make sure that this little bundle of joy has a world in which they can grow up happy and hale. You made me happier than you can possibly know. Thank you truly. It isn't much I grant you, but here's something for your plans. Did you find the carbuncle? Yep. Can I keep him? Thank goodness, or rather thank you. As I said, they found the poor thing alone in the countryside wandering the mountains of northern La Nacia, I believe. It should have vanished as soon as its master dismissed it, although it's possible the command was never given. In which case, it should theoretically persist until the ether that forms it is consumed, but for that reserved to last long enough for the entity to grow wild. An immensely talented arcanist must have summoned it. What I wouldn't give to meet someone that powerful. Researching this little creature should yet net me some fascinating data indeed. Thank you again for retrieving it for me. Thank you both for your cooperation. I'll hand the payment to our lunar friend here so that she might have the full job experience. Oh, I'll throw in some apples from Aerial Agronomics too. Enjoy. Oh, a new food to try. Let's head back up the stairs and eat them together. Time to munch on these apples. They look delicious, don't they? Oh my, they don't just look delicious, they are delicious. They might be even better than carrots. I thought this place would be just like Mentorum since it's all artificial, but I'm glad I was wrong. I was wrong about a lot, even after everything Oriange told me to expect. I learned so much at my job. I think I want to try another one. Oh, before I forget, here's your share of your payment. Thank you for all your help. Ah, you returned without the books with which you departed. I assume that to mean they were delivered to the right hands? Thank you. As I mentioned before, we bibliotheques keep to the wings of history's stage and take a fierce stance against any sort of involvement. We have a sworn duty to observe all which transpires even as the world unravels before our very eyes. So dedicated are we to our goal, there is no realm in which we are not present. I too was once stationed abroad, in the Far East actually. It is where I caught wind of the students of Baldecium, learned how they become a symbol of hope for those fearing the final days. Sylvester tells us that knowledge is a gift, one that cannot be bestowed upon just anyone. It is the only worthy who ought wield the strength it provides. And I believe the students of Baldecium worthy. If there's any justice left in this world, then that which our pens and papers have locked away is theirs by rights. Thank you for helping me put the fruits of our label to good use. How do I get up here? Did you manage to procure the cores? Splendid, then let us save our son. They owe that boy an apology. He better get one. Alright, I think we can finally relax. The artificial stun is stable once more. Clearly, we were also enveloped in our own research that we neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allowed us to live down here in the first place. Shudder to think that what could have befallen us had you and my son not taken action. Yaman, thanks for saving us from disaster. Where's the apology? Apology! And I owe you something else, my son. Oh, damn, he actually gave one. An apology. I was a fool to ignore your warning simply because of your age. It's fine, Father, really. No, don't you go with that. In that case, might you be interested in helping find potential improvements for the systems that govern our son? Of course, I can think of several already. Knight, I want to thank you properly for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in Charlotte Hamlet? Ad start in 1 minute. Okay, I just took NyQuil. We'll see if that knocks me out in a little bit. You hear a big old flunk, it's me hitting the desktop. Thank you again. Here's your reward. It's my pocket money with an additional something from my parents. I was so happy that you listened to me and decided to trust my knowledge. I hope our paths cross again when I become a researcher in my own right. I'll be sure to make you proud. Aw, ain't you a nice little kid? Hey, don't give me more work to do. Thick as thieves. Varpaline has something to ask of you once more. Hello again. Thanks once more for your help in sorting out the sun. I've actually got something else to ask if you're willing to hear me out. Concerns a new friend of mine, a young troll that I found wandering around these parts recently. Obviously, he's not capable of speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, that's Shaggles. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes explaining the situation much easier. I last saw him by Logis Alpha. Let's go and see if he's still there. I wonder if once I get flying, I can fly through that field, or if I have to still go to the doorways. I don't think I can fly through the dome. Yeah, I've been searching all over for you, you know. Since we last met, I decided to use magics to improve my vocalization. To that girl, I've read my fair share of tomes on the subject. Seems your kind are capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouths. Last we trolls are incapable of doing so. However, I managed to adapt a wind aspectic spell to enable me to communicate properly. Not that there's anything wrong with nasal gurs, mind you. Not gifted enough to activate the spell on my own, so I set out in search of you once more. It was then that I bumped into this clever child. What happened to the buffoon? He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly I made the right choice. While I might not be able to speak with this boy, he still managed to bring you to me. You can understand what he's saying? It's simply amazing. I knew he had to have some way of communicating. I gather he knows a thing or two about Ether as well. Would you mind telling him what I just told you? So that's what he's been trying to tell me about. Of course, I'll do my best to help. Wind aspected ether vented by the Earth and reactor ought to help. We fiddle with the reactor settings a bit. We should be able to create our own blustery vortex of the stuff. That should be all you need to cast your spell. See, I've got an eye for people. Now take me to this reactor. Shortcut it is. What's in here? No idea what that is. Why can't we go through this area? I wonder what's over here. You know, this place is so big you can actually qualify for a marathon running around the whole damn place. Oh, speaking of which... Oh, yeah. I don't like it. I don't. I'll be back in a bit. I just need to go tinker with the reactor settings. I learned all about this when I was coming up with ways to better the systems for the artificial sun. He's a really smart kid. All done. I think our wind-aspected ether vortex should pop up somewhere to the west. Keep your wits about you. There's every chance the high concentration of ether will attract friends. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready. That is a weird outfit. Okay. Oh, I guess he's got to follow me. My bad. So this is it, eh? Let me give it a go then. Is this little guy gonna learn how to talk? That'd be cool. Can you hear me? Brilliant, I can finally talk. How wonderful, there's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here? Well, if it isn't my favorite buffoon, how'd you know I'd be here? You can speak! Oh, even your voice is adorable. A pleasure to see you again. I was just looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. I've been wanting to speak with Shaggles myself, and now he can reply. In that case, why don't you all join me and Charlie and Hamlet? There's someone I'd like you to meet. So what's this all about? Alas, that is not for me to explain. We have someone here from the studio who will do the honors instead. That would be me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for you two from the Scholaric himself. You mean myself and Pauline? Correct. Master Pauline and Master Shaggles, was it? Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing education at the studium? Word of your recent accomplishments has reached us, and we are all most impressed by your abilities. It would be our honor to welcome you to our institution and help nurture your talents while providing you with ample opportunities to learn. I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll. What's the matter, Pauline? You've more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. It's just that Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? I know a pair that entered the studium at 11. Thank you for trying to reassure me. I won't know anyone there, and... What are you talking about? You know me, don't you? Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in this fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore. Says the troll who's never left Labyrinthos either. Silence, buffoon! Alright, you've convinced me. I'll go. Splendid. Now there are just a few sheaves of paperwork to take care of, so I'll need to borrow your guardians for a bit. That's got to be a first. A troll going to school? None of this would have happened if we hadn't met, would it? Never would have gotten this opportunity or made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you. I really mean it. Farewell. They're asking you to go to school and the world's about to end. That makes a whole lot of sense. Alright, all quests are done. Finally. This must be Theopaldin. I keep thinking that I've seen him elsewhere, but I cannot for the life of me remember when. God, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? We brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet, Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Thank you. I'd expected one of my colleagues, but we are dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You are Fortunal's children, are you not? Alpha and Alize, at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the studium. I remember when you were yay high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. It's good to see you again, wielding your father's nullis, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray spare no detail. It's not like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? Oh boy. Chores to get stories about your parents. Wait right there. You will find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alpha Node and Alice, I am certain they will be back soon enough. Are you not one of the Scions of the 7th Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the ether burner. Neapolitan's paperwork. I was beginning to wonder he had misplaced this quill. Appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is without a doubt the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and so we must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlene has ever been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you have a talent for this work. Twins' papers only needed to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Well, even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners such respect in Charlotte is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nuncorv's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. Just why Nuncorv's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Nuncorv's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well. Indeed, Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed. He used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlion or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Forchanal could not reconcile Louisoix's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Forchanal agonized over his contradiction for much of his life. God's father. The son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Forchanal's cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born, barely recognizable. He was with a kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he first took fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree. If he loved him, why'd you denounce them then in front of the entire freaking Granjanian nation, man? But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he has decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I'll have to be getting back to work. I have to make sure those specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three. Well, I haven't seen you in a minute. Graha, surely Kokoi hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he has set me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. I'm gonna go get something to drink. She's so cute. Unfortunately, Alice and I have prior commitments and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Knight? Can you spare the time? Oh, Aaron girl. Perfect, this shouldn't take long. You say that. Once forged, an unspecified task awaits you. In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to an anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled to his furnaces. The flow of fire-aspected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here to which I have borrowed the key. Oh yeah, I already know about it. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way then. And here we go again. Have you finished the storyline, Dragon Edge? The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which we both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself, trust me. And I ask that you put down any that draw too near. They'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here if you would. Holy moly! I like it. It's a robot! Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alog, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Alagon's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamod, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alog's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon wanted to travel the Sea of Stars. He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like minds have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alog that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zonde. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it is the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel to the ends of creation and beyond. The promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Kokol is getting on? I did thoroughly brief Kokol on refined adamantite's history, only volunteered to go to the reactor because I was finished and there was little else to do. Hopefully that dispels any misapprehensions that I was kicked out for prattling on. Ooh, I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Kraha, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite even faster. Sweet. Bonds of adamantite. Coco Denkol is as usual worked up over the ether burner. I do trust you to deliver on your promise. I do, only I hate waiting. I want that adamantite and I want it now. We are sure your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish the sitting about's unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it was premeditated, get you gone. I have mistakes to make. In that case, I suppose I should go and return the key to the reactor. Have one more look to make sure that nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time. However, I will join you in Charlene Hamlin anon. Get me my flying already! I worked my butt off for that.
All set, I take it?
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
Oh, cool! My pirate friends!
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
I love these two.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamon shard.
I'll have you know, I went all the way to furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements. Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause. Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies. I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
Oh!
Millions.
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party.
I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And 'twould be a shame to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways? Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Form's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon!
Sid! You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship. Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlit before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite from Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought.
Hey, how's it going, Araya? Or Ara? Let me give you a shout out.
Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding...
Oops, didn't mean to skip
the
that.
clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. my gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Sommer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Hrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well."
Oh, nice.
Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding %. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
He's so adorable.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the Scion's end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Uh-oh. You better apologize. I better not hear one bad thing out of your mouth.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it, the lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you.
About damn fucking time! Excuse my language.
I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Oh, you mean they're your kids again? Wait a minute. That adoption was permanent. I adopted these kids. They're mine. I ain't giving them back.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born.
Oh, dear God.
I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed. Must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative.
if anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
Oh, now I got the daddy's blessing. Yay!
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here after all.
It's because I did all these boring-ass quests. Every damn one of them. What can I say? I like this one. With me. We'll do that.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
That poor Lalafell. I think we're going to bypass her paperwork and probably never do it. Did somebody neglect to tell her that all this was coming? My throat hurts from directing so many people to Lorenthos, but that only proves we got our money's worth. I apologize for not informing you earlier of Erinvel's involvement. He was something of a contingency plan. Thank goodness we had him and his fellow gleaners to hand, though. It would have been monstrously difficult to locate Sid and transport the Hannish delegation here otherwise. I had no idea how massive a weight it was until he lifted it off my shoulders, but more importantly, his words were an affirmation that the path we walk is the right one. A part of me might have been satisfied so long as my family and friends survived the final days, but to save this star is what we all want most, and if those same people believe that I can help see it done, who am I to say otherwise? Come what may, I will fight for this world of ours until the very end. I cannot wait to see what our friends from the Ironworks do with the ship. If I never see another crate again, it will be too soon. The time has come to claim our prize. Are you prepared? Now you sound like a mercenary. Lys sent a letter along with Gridania's contribution. It seems she traveled there to aid in their adamantite recovery. Evidently, journey into Gridania was quite the trial. This was getting into the Dalamod Shard, as was reaching its depths. Yeah, the way he treated his kids was bullshit. I don't even think an apology even begins to cover it. He owes them a lot more than that. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the Allagons when next we meet, but kudos to Alphinaud and Alizé for not caving into it, for still going forward despite that. So, but do you realize that they could have given in to despair and turned into blasphemies for what they did? I mean, I don't think his father has actually taken that into consideration. I suspect she will have a few kind words to say about the Allagons when next we meet. Unaided, we Scions can never have gathered such a bounty, refined animatite relics, sacred and ancient alike. Find myself quite overcome. Okay, I think I've talked to everybody. We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As was agreed, he will reveal the means by which Heidelin may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we're ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the forum's method for speaking with her is not without risk. I'm curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrive with the Animantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tachiru. We're off to Aporia then. And I finally get my flying! Oh, not yet. Where am I going? I'll do those later. Where am I going? Knight, I have already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarelane. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. Guess all his efforts to stop his kids was in vain. You're with Master Fortunal, yes? Just step inside the lift here. So they've been knowingly talking to a primal. From here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos and its most closely guarded secret, Thamazen. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, whence we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. So is this the beginning of Star Trek or Star Wars? We're integrating it into Final Fantasy now? I bid you welcome to Thamazen. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fever. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Heidelin ere they finish. Point taken, let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. Alright, talk to everybody one more time. I doubt this is what Ehrenfeld meant when he said that there remains much we do not know, but I still can't believe everything was hidden underneath the city this entire time. I can believe it. Guess even Mr. Spyman don't know. It was the Allagons who first combined the mechanical and ethereal science into a revolutionary discipline. Given that this ship is nothing short of technological marvel in that precise vein, Allagon salvage should suit it well. 'Twould seem enchantments most advanced have been woven into this ship's very bones. Wilson and Bloida were doubtless called upon for their expertise in teleportation magics. You feel it too, don't you? The ship is impressive, but it pales in comparison to the vast primordial power beneath our feet. Oh. We must learn of Heidelin's greater plan. We can only hope that she also knows the current location of Metion. And we can do neither if we do not focus on whatever trial awaits us within. If meeting Heidelin proves difficult even for the Forum, then perhaps I... Oh, 'tis an unformed idea at this phase, I'm afraid. I will duly inform you if anything comes of it. I can well imagine the zeal with which they're working on the ether burner, and all I can say is that I'm glad we have something to do other than get in their way. Once it's ready, we'll see to it that the ship is put to good use. To think how many generations labored for this end, and that we aim higher still. We must spare no preparation, and that means speaking with Heidelin no matter the cost. I have done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Are you prepared? I've never heard that before. Her children, one and all, Fortunal is ready to lead you to Heidelin at last. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. I got a feeling I'm going to have to transfer servers, aren't I? I don't know. How many people do you think are, like, this far along in the storyline? Over 300 days it's taken me to get this far. Either here is more brilliant than I have ever seen. Am I the only one feeling terribly nervous? Surely not. As a means of communicating with the heart of the star, it is disappointingly mechanical in design. I doubt there's anything worth worrying over, not for Heidelin's champion at any rate. Oh, you give me too much credit, dude. They must employ a full cohort of engineers just to maintain the lifts. This doesn't strike me as particularly dangerous unless one is afraid of lifts. With the ship in the way, I didn't even notice this was here. I should hope that Master Fortunal has more to share ere sending anyone stumbling into the ethereal sea. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thomazine. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's even fainter echoes. The Atioscope? And you communicate with her through this device? For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared beyond the Atioscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know, I only wish we could do more than observe you progress from afar. The Atioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, those are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract you too early or too late. Y'shtola. Oh, okay. Cryo. I have thought upon this much, and in truth I do believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drain me, yes, but even before that your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the manner that Master Fortunal has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more. Compared to all that effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. Even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embraces, memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what are these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also to have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. I'll do it. Who do I want to go with me?
Our fates are not yet sealed. Right then.
Yep, that works for me.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Have at it, Thancred. Go, go.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Estinian is just so funny. Yeah, who needs a flamethrower, you know? This does seem like, you know, Star Trek-y type. Like, I remember seeing the first movie Star Trek, and the music in that was pretty good too. Thancred, I'd appreciate it if you pick up your threat, please. What the hell did they give me? A bazooka? What the hell is that? I don't think that's anything a Viera needs to have in her hands, man. Cool. on, Thancred.
This will hurt.
Something... Why is he so hard to beat? Oh, is Ilbert here? Seriously? I didn't even notice if that was him. Livia, the Undeterred? Hey, Great, can you go? Oh, this is her? The chick with the white armor that I really don't pay much attention to anymore because she's insignificant to me. Can't believe that's her. So this is what became of her. That kind of hurt. You know, Urianger's on point with those heals, man. Keep that up, and I might actually trust you. Oh. Oops. Yeah, I remember her dying. We killed her.
It will guide you.
Best feeling ever. Killing her.
The ether is too dense. Ah, I'm losing you.
Ah, I guess they ain't calling us back, huh? To the boys' doll. Okay. Oh. Is that Harashafont? That's gotta be Harashafont. Yeah, it's true. I think that's maybe why they brought up the thing with Urianger. Mobrita was the last one before that. Oh, Estinian responded to him. Okay. Maybe it was appropriate to bring him. I don't remember that person. Or was this the guy that originally fought in Garlemald? The first guy before Gaius? Was that him? Can't remember. Okay. I thought just from the arms, I thought that was him. It's amazing how much time has passed since then. Sleepy. Huh? This is the back-to-back too from what I saw in the quest. There's a trial after this or something? I'm so sleepy. Oh yeah, I took NyQuil. I forgot about that. Yeah, I think it's taking effect. Still got the trial to do though. No, this is MSQ. This is like the level 89 dungeon. We're going to go find Heidelin or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Ethereal Sea or something like that. And I'm half worried with what I saw in that vision as I was coming back with her turning black and everything with the rejoining and stuff. What we're gonna find when we finally meet her. Kind of worries me. Basically, she's dying. I'm pretty sure she's dying. Or she's very weak. Okay, where am I supposed to go now? I've learned to let Thanker lead the way. I don't feel like charging in there. Memphilius spirit, huh? Man, I didn't like pick this crew like intentionally, like knowing all this was, or does it pick it based on who you bring along? Like if I had brought Alphino, would I see Ysel instead? Oh, okay. You know, I chose the people I chose because I trust them with me in dungeons better than some of the others. Like Graha, I'm not impressed with him as a tank. And Alphino, no. Urianger's the better healer. But not him again. I have seen you so many times in Palace of the Dead. Oh my god, I hate you. Well, I'm getting some materia out of this.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Who is this? Oh, Amon? Oh, this is Hades. Or Hermes. This is Hermes.
Justice have I worn, but this is my favorite by far. You will persist in this folly no longer. The stage is set.
I don't know why he's looking away, but I'll look away too, I guess. Okay, cool.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction. What a boorish audience you are!
This guy takes forever to kill. Justinian, do your limit break. Justinian, I will smack you. Hey, we got it off at the same time. And I hit 90.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Chainsaw? What's that one? Well, it's a good thing we weren't under him when he fell.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Do you recall your days as Hermes?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly. But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Van Daniel, still clinging to existence, I see. You, who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea.
Who the hell is this?
We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arsahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
Oh, okay. Get over it already.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus, even should you be reborn. Your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time we will find the answer together. I don't know. That's probably the wrong answer.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was. For the monster I became.
What the hell is he doing there?
But I will not beg forgiveness. A tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Bathroom so bad.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Or so we think. Oh, is that the trial Hydaelyn that you told me about? Don't you leave me in the dark all of a sudden. You never do that. Damn it. Don't be pulling a VY on me. I'll go into the bathroom. I don't know if I got time. Hit the 0 button. 0. My hubby took over my seat, so he's in the chair and I'm just navigating. I'm having him navigate for me. Did you watch this cutscene? Okay. Wasn't sure if you skipped it or not. Why is she in the form of a crystal instead of herself?
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Wow. That doesn't look like her at all. We meet again, Venat.
I see. Thou didst journey unto Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
She looks very different.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer, and in suffering, find strength, and purpose, and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, The strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark! Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back. For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
I can actually go in with them. I like it. Well, hell yeah. You got me.
The last of my kind shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth. Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? reach of ours. May the test continue. We're near or far.
Ooh.
And now this. Light on you. By blade.
Something special for you.
We're near or far.
So the tanks are supposed to share that? Huh?
By blade. Crystals of light. To me. The song of creation's end. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Find your way in the darkness. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. With heart away with you. This test is far from over. By crystal light. We're near or far.
Oh shit! Don't kill me! something, dude! Oh, shit. Well, I get to do that again.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. By blade! Crystals of light, to me! Here!
Hold still.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow of hope's
Yep,
demise.
I am not getting in that.
Think. Find your way in the darkness. Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. Away with you! This test is far
Something special for you.
By blade!
I will not hold back. Something special for you.
Succumb not to fear!
Allow me.
Shit, I'm so gonna die. Oh, damn it. Round 3.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? A change of arms. May the test continue. We're near or far. And now this. Light unyielding.
Hold still.
By blade. Light unyielding. By blade. Crystals of light, to me. The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. Hold still. Find your way in the darkness. Or fly, my children, and never look back. Then you are resolved. This test is far from over. By crystal's light. Allow me. Light unyielding. Refulgence eternal.
My thanks.
Allow me. Allow me. Allow me. You're mine.
Where near or far. Where high or low. By blade! Succumb not to fear!
Oh shit! Don't kill me, damn it! Oh crap. Okay, this is yuck. That's one way of learning a trial. Just die over and over again.
At last, man has the strength to.
I'm sorry, Heidelin.
No, this can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled. To deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the Crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
We will find our way, the knot.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
That was sad. She and Heidelin were two of a kind, weren't they? Full of love of the star and its people, always holding hope for our future. Far be it from me to refute Heidelin's own words, yet even if her actions were neither kind nor just, we can yet give them a nobler meaning. We can make her fate the salvation of mankind. If Dynamis is ruled by emotion, perhaps prayer has more tangible results than I suspected, albeit ones that are not always obvious to us. In which case, we may hope that Heidelin's wishes continue to move the hearts of men as they set forth time and time again. 'Tis fortunate that Fauchenant hath kept living way apprised of our progress. We require the Lopri aid more than ever. A bit small for a welcoming party, but I've never been one for crowds. You want a welcoming party for once? We'll keep Heidelin's words in my heart as talisman and lodestone both. She has given us all she can. We must share what we know with Father and the Lopri at once, that it not go to waste. Thank goodness, I never would have forgiven myself had any of you come to harm. I'm glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls deep as you went. We could neither see nor hear you. Fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... yeah. No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Mitty, and if it's the last thing we do... You wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is, the fancy navigator one. The edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but that I need ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Charleon's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them there will be no exodus. But I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The Forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods! Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? That was rough. I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. You experience any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea? Dizziness? Hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomenon, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. How about I not let you know?
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
You know, I'm starting to wonder if going to sleep is even worth the effort. I keep getting woken up by weird dreams. A bold decision. Corral has urgent news. Knight, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy, Master Fortune, also arrived not long ago with a message. The Lopri have determined Metion's location. We've been asked to gather at the rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. I fear our recent travels within labyrinths and the ethereal sea have taken their toll on my mind, for last night I received a visitor in my dreams, Mobrita. The vision not of the woman she was, nay, but the woman she would have become. Gods, I can hardly believe the Lord Priest managed to find Metian out there, hidden among the stars. The sheer distances involved are mind-boggling. What took you so long? We have much to discuss and scant time to do it. Idle in the heart of the star is gone, and yet on the morrow the sun will rise and life will go on. When I look upon Charlie and its idyllic surrounds, there are moments when her absence feels so unreal, as do the final days. Would that it were so. Since the final days first manifested, we've been tested as never before, even more so in your case. Nevertheless, our work is far from over. We cannot afford to falter now, not when the end is in sight. How did you sleep? Well, I should hope it's likely the last opportunity we'll have to take a proper rest for quite some time. Probably could have done with a few more weeks myself. I'm not even going to ask what you were doing. The thought of what's to come was keeping me awake, you see, so I thought to do a bit of research, hoping I might eventually feel weary enough to doze off. But before I realized it was already morning. No need to scold me, I already regret it, and will probably only feel that regret more keenly as the days wear on. You know, get your sleep eventually, that's how it works. Not feeling any ill effects from the Atioscope, are you? After playing test subject for those new aetherites, even the mention of ether sickness makes me feel a little queasy. While the forum is not here in its entirety to brood and glare at us, Master Barnier's presence alone is enough to put me on edge. Before coming, I thought to inquire after our comrades abroad. Seems that the effects of the final days have been observed further and further north of Garlemald. For a blessing, those regions are largely uninhabited, but in any event, we mustn't misinterpret this as a geographical spread. There's no telling where in the world the phenomenon will strike next, unfortunately. Okay. You would know the reason for this assembly, you had better ask Master Levier. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Lopri have deduced the whereabouts of Metion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your query's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the furthest reaches of the Sea of Stars at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultimo Thule. Indeed, how then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultimate Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess an ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean? Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Lopri's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Heidelin believed you possessed of the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Heidelin's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would offer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. The Ark will be ready for your voyage to Ultimate Thule. Oh damn, so if we fail, bye-bye star and bye-bye everybody. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure they had not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery in Adamatite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest, quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Lopri too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our known how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Metion. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Riange, and now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. Very well, we shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Low Priest will coordinate with the Ilzabard contingents to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? The Forum hath placed the faith of mankind in our hands. We must not betray their faith. And what if we do? They won't live long to regret that decision. I should very much like to speak with Lopri once their work is complete. This plain Hydaelyn has entrusted them with a great deal of knowledge, and I suspect there is more they could teach us. A rare opportunity to rest. I say we make the most of it. They bid us rest, but I'd much rather find something productive to do. I suppose now is as good a time as any to hone my lance. Not that I've ever found it to be dull, still it eases my mind on the eve of battle. And perhaps now I can finish that book I was reading. I thought you said you wanted to get some sleep. Well, oh, pay me no mind. I'm sure you have better things to do with time afforded us. You said you needed sleep. Go get some sleep. I wasn't expecting to have time on our hands. What should we do? Go to sleep? In all honesty, I didn't think the Forum would approve this measure, and certainly not by such a large margin. I dare say, though, that Master Fortunal's impassioned recounting of your audience with Hydaelyn helped sway the vote. He has a way with words, after all. Where did you think Alphinaud got it from? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Wait, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Metion as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. Certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Knight, could I borrow you for a moment? Oh, no, every time you borrow me, you put new clothes on me. Looks like your plans for the interim are decided when the two of you have finished. Meet us back at the Pedestrian Annex, alright? Come with me to Agora. I have something to show you. Welcome, Knight, to Taru's Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the Scions with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the Warrior of Light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. The help of some Thavnarian refugees that decided to set up shop here in Charlion. Or so would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Barsaradu, how are things coming along? I probably said that name so bad. Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidhana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The Simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlion while I oversee matters in Radzahan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Barshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. The establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Radzahan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. Can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. Pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the Forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. Your journey under the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. Have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I should like to visit Razahan again when this is all over. And we should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Razahan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Ugh, where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Oh, Emmeline. Night. Oh, girl, my whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say, huh? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man on my station? Oh, dear God. No, I have nowhere to flaunt said remnants so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. The young Lord Fortomp insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charleon. Thus do I toil, though every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I have even suffered the company of that brute Sickar to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for this otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honora here, there is no one to prepare my meals. Oh dear Lord. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlean delicacies I sampled were lacking in every respect. If a hearty meal is what you're after, I suggest the last stand. The cafe over on the pier, their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. You know what? You keep calling me old, I'll give you the loaf of bread instead. What is wrong with that dude over there? Well, well, is that Knight and Tataru I spy? And I see you're still here. Cock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugani once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. He is a merchant. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. You believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is not more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Buckaroo Inn. The combinations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldern Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Will there be lemon cakes? Ah, a woman of tart taste, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lodorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tachiru's ire until next we meet. Are we gonna finally do something about those two? Oh, no, decided to spend your time in the markets, did you? Oh, Wedge and Biggs. Tachiru. Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the Ark proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlie and Arazahan has been a rewarding experience. That's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Lopri. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. Can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlion. Alpha. Think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlion. Good thing, too, I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just by being here. Still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the furthest known reaches of, well, everything. Never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. And think how much I'd miss out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. There is that, too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Knight. No matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. And one filled with even more adventure. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tatsura. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies to gather before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Fancy seeing you again. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. Yeah, we've met. This is Vasaradu from Palaka Stand. Pleased to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Thanks to Mr. Shachadu, I and many of my friends have found great gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We've put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we're always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you preserve time and again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. I'm gonna hold you to that. You better be the first in line. In addition to your new ensemble, we have remnants and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and call it here because I'm tired. It's 2 in the morning, and there ain't that much more left to the... I think everybody in the world. Ain't much more left of the main story left. Anyway. Alrighty. See everybody tomorrow sometime. Here I get the free class gear? Where? Where do I get it? Where? Before I go away? The lady? Her? Oh. Well, I need to empty my bags then. It's all level 89. I guess it's better than nothing. But I'm like... Well, speaking of which... does this fall under all of it? Yeah, it does. Let's see what it looks like. Ah, it looks neat. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have a dancer up tomorrow. Or today, since it's already tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for the good night. Thank you for hanging out with me, BY. I made a lot of progress. I'm sleepy. I can't believe Heidelin died. That made me sad. But yeah, I'm not even gonna raid out tonight. Not a lot of people, and I'm sleepy. So I'll see you tomorrow. Tonight.